Let's see. I'm trying to figure this out right now. Oh, it might have popped up there. It must have been a platform problem. That's weird. It says excellent. Where's the stream? Dude, I just can't have anything today. There it is. No, I I don't know if it actually did, but it legitimately looked like it just completely cut out. It was not there. All right, let's leave that there and we'll cut this out. I can cut this one out on the machine for the quarters. Roll downs, dude, I'll do them all day long on the car. Quarter windows, they're just tedious. When you switch the condition to, then I can swap this out. And while this is setting up, we're gonna cross our fingers that these are worth going to. Close, we don't need that, so let's pull up a 26. Lexus RX. There they are. The port windows. Paste. Do I have room for? Ooh, I almost have room. I do have room. We'll do that. That sounds good. We got a couple sets. I hope they all work. I hope my settings are good. And I hope you all have a good day. Ta-da! 4 for the time of 1. The internet could be funk today, but it's weird because we're fine on TikTok. But we were not fine where we weren't fine. So go figure. Weird. Usually it's the other way around. Usually the other one cuts out because I didn't click a captcha in time. It's just like, oh, you're not actually streaming. You're not there anymore. It's like, no, I'm there. Just don't sit in front of a computer all day when I stream. I should, though. It's something that might have fixed itself. But hell, let's lose a lot of viewers. Because, why not? We'll try it again. Okay, so this one is for this window. We have the Insta Gels. When I went over to the store, I bought one of these. These are probably the perfect window or just the wrong shape for this. We'll find out. But this is Triage's XL card, and you can use all 3 sides on this one. They're thinner. I like these a lot, but I want them to make a thicker version with the regular angle. Quarters for me are all about washing. Just like flush them out and then use some gel. It's about having multiples because they might be slightly the wrong size. They might get a little speckly on your first attempt. They might get stuck somewhere on the way in. So we hope. We just hope that they fit. And oof. This is gonna ruin my day. Whoever had these patterns on their to-do list, I hope you spent some extra time. Took a short lunch. We'll see. Is there a good substitute company for Tri-Edge? No. Why would you want one? Tri-Edge is awesome. They make their own shit in Florida, like for real. They have all the machines. The like inventor, CAD designer, manufacturing. They do it all. Super nice people. I can't find Tri-Edge and can't even order it anywhere. Where are you? Like, we sell them. There's lots of triangle cards, but none of them have these materials. The closest that you're gonna find is like Pro Tools. The Easy Reaches and the Blue Frogs are really nice, but they just scratch easily. Oh, international. Go to Tri-Edge's website, shoot him an email, and just see, like, hey, I'm over here. I want to get your tools. Are there any distributors out this way? Because there's definitely, they have international distributors. I just don't know who to refer you to. But search Tri-Edge, you'll find their website very easily. And you should be able to just reach out to them. Super nice people. All right, whoever did these patterns, you got a lot of respect. Good job. You saved me legitimately some time. That pattern is fantastic. It's a tight fit, but we got it. Accompanied by Insta-Gel. Whew. Protected by panel guard and seal guard. I like it. Worked out really well. What's a good universal size for a peel board? Really, as big as you can get it. If it's rolling around, just depends on your shop size, 6 feet, 10 feet. If you're putting it on a wall, seriously, as much wall space as you can have. So, yeah, 72 by 48, sounds great. Like, these are cabinet width. I think they're 36 inches wide, 3 feet. I wish it, like 40, so a 40-inch roll just comes off on the side. I have to double them up. I wish they were wider, but had to leave them that size for the cabinet. Woo, that is pretty. Pretty, pretty. All right, other side. Got it all covered. Got a blade, need a sprayer, need a quarter window pattern. Is a spec or two okay, or do you redo it? It depends on where the spec is and how big the specs are. So like, if they're really like teeny dots, no. And a lot of times there's gonna be other ones that you just don't notice. You're like, that window turned out great. And then you start looking like super close and you see a little thing here or there or whatnot, but there can be more on top of it that you just like, you don't see. Detailers have this problem too. Like, you're forever chasing perfection, but we all have time limits. So a detailer, you know, a customer gets a brand new car from a dealership, and some people think like, man, that looks perfect. A detailer looks at it and is like, oh, it's disgusting. There's so many things that need to be fixed on it. Dust, nibs, swirls, dealership, crap, iron. But you just gotta like, your average customer is not you. You are the specialist. So you can absolutely have picky people that will point out stuff that even you're like, oh, what? Oh, I didn't see that. But that's pretty rare. When you walk up to a car, you should have an overall impression of, hey, that window's perfect, and then hunt for things. And if you get in that territory, you're doing a really good job. But you might have something that stands out and just doesn't look very good. It took you a minute to find, and those suck, but can be worth redoing.
It says it's fixed. It's uploaded to the App Store.
Ooh, okay. Phone's on the other side. It said,
We'll be the judge of that.
I want to update it. What time is it?
Oh, it's 10:40.
Okay. Oh, good. Making good time.
I'm like,
I told them an hour. I want to stick to that.
I might have to republish. Hold on, I didn't think about that.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that either. I clicked both.
So yeah, I'm gonna republish it.
Okay. Cool. I'm not going to get this quarter done by the time that's done, but I'll come close. But when you start looking at lots of other tint jobs, you then get a lot of perspective. There's so many really bad tint jobs out there that people just drive around with and accept. And that's not the customer's fault. It's just a mix of everything. Like, you have people that just do not care, or are just trying to get as many cars in as humanly possible. So they'll take on everything and rush it out and then see what sticks, right? Or they'll brush off a customer. Like, what's one of the quickest thing a tinter can do? Tell them, oh yeah, that'll dry out, give it a month. And what they hope is that the customer just drives away and never comes back. If the customer eventually does come back, then they pull out another card that's like, oh, well, you know, if we redo that back window, it's probably gonna ruin your defrosters. Or oh, our warranty doesn't cover that, or oh, I'm so super busy, I can't get you in for another month. I'm trying to decide which. Can I even? I'm trying to decide which squeegee blade I like better, the hybrid or the Blue Max. For certain reasons, the Blue Max, and for other reasons, the hybrid. I'd say the windshield yesterday, I was happy to have the Blue Max to push out a little bit more water. But I really like having a touch more flexibility on like a door window like this. So now when somebody asks me what my favorite squeegee is, I'm going to say it's both. It's both for different reasons. Because like using a slim slam, getting down farther on a windshield with like a Blue Max or just a firmer squeegee in general, man, you can make them look, yeah. Because with the hybrid, I would usually see a little bit more water right at the bottom. It'd be a little bit, yeah. And then with a like Slim Slam and a Blue Max, it's like it's just as smooth as the rest of the window. There's no water puddling at the bottom. I really noticed that on the windshield I did yesterday.
Yeah, I used this one on the last one I did.
Yeah,
Really good down there.
it's been good. Long time since I've seen this live. Well, we've been live. Not that much lately, but where you been? I tried this with a $15 kit from Amazon yesterday. I failed. I had so many bubbles and wrinkles. That's all right. You tried. So many people will run into that, including me. That was me in the beginning. I sucked. You just like gotta decide if like, man, it's just not for me. I get it. Or yeah, I could do it. It's just gonna take a lot of pain and suffering to get there. How do I prevent creases when I'm tucking in the sides? You don't want to press super hard, and we'll see. We'll see if there is a fold there or not. Having a little fold or a bend is perfectly fine. It's part of touch-ups. So like that bend is behind in the seal area, and then when you touch it up, you can't see it from the outside either.
I'll crease it a lot because my patterns are too big.
Oh, your patterns would be too big?
Yeah, I would crease it a lot on the sides back because my patterns are too wide. I didn't understand. I thought I was just bad.
A lot of people do that in the classes too. They like pull their patterns way down and way far, just a smidge past the sides is all you need. Just a smidge. Face window oh, I remember the face. I remember that icon. What's up, man? I've been getting a shop, top 5 must-haves for a new shop. That sounds like a TikTok title. I like it. I wish I had a good list for you. Yeah, good organization software. Tintly, we're pretty happy with that. But you could use that mobile. Or with a shop. Rolling glass boards I think are a really nice thing to have. The car is always my rolling glass board, but we have a 6 by whatever size metal frame that we got from Mike, Make More Money LLC.com. That I still need to get a piece of glass for, but we will, and we'll get it all set up. Okay, I think that's good. Whew, it's gonna be dicey. Whenever they do this, oof. So they gotta push down properly. We'll see. We'll see. It's tricky even if you cut them perfect. Sometimes it's just stuffing against the gasket. Just ordered a glass board last night. Nice. I go back and forth on this. I really like the hose reels, but you really want to clean them out every once in a while, because we had some buildup, and you can see I'm using a keg right now. Like sometimes I just don't want to chance it. I keep going back to like a keg where I can clean out the whole thing, but we had some buildup inside because the reels will sit for longer because less water goes through each one of them. But it was a nice thing to have. I would have overhead extension cords. I didn't do overhead for a reason, but I would rather have overhead extension cords. So you could do like reels on the sides, extension cords from the top on each side, just quick access to stuff. It gets, man, I tell you, it's fun having a workspace that's always yours and not having to pack up and run around. But at the same time, it's so easy to grab something from one side of the car and leave it on the other, and then you start searching for it because you have too many places to put everything now. So I've experimented with like carts on each side. When I was mobile, I only had one cart that I could put everything on. I didn't have tables. I didn't have anything else that I traveled around with. So it was very easy for me to keep track of stuff. It's been harder in a shop. But tool storage is good, something that you can push around with you or manage your tools. Can be really, really good. For the Workhorse 2, 55-inch, a good plotter. Yeah, the Workhorse 2 is a good size overall. For window tint, you really only need, like I know the machine jumps up to that size, but just for anybody else that's wondering, like for window tint, you only need up to a 40-inch machine. You're not going to be able to cut out a Tesla back window, but I have a Tesla. I hand cut it still anyways. So having the machine physically take up a lot of space that you just end up not really using. So just keep that in mind. But some people then jump into PPF and then are happy that they got the bigger machine. So options, right? But Workhorse 2 is pretty decent. I was never too keen on the roller positions, and I think the price just kind of puts it in this weird spot where I would just get the Workhorse 3, but if it's always out of the stock, I would probably grab a Jag and keep an eye out on Marketplace. You can find so many good machines on Marketplace. Oh, is that a piece of dust? Like, actually? Oh. Hang on. Oh, yeah, no shit right there. Oh, it's so hard to see, too. Damn. This is gonna put me like right on time, perfect. Where is it? Right here. There is probably the finest little strand of dust right here. Oh, that's really hard to notice. But once you notice it, I don't like the length of that one at all. Rip. Not gonna take long. Gonna take probably like 5 minutes to redo this window. I couldn't see it on stream. Yeah, hard to show on stream. It was so thin and there wasn't like any air. So like I could have just pushed it out the door. And then he may or may not have noticed it, but like if it actually did what I think it's inevitably gonna do, it's just gonna like, you will see a very thin strand there, both on the outside and the inside. Once you notice it, you're never not gonna see it, so we gotta redo it. But it shouldn't take long. I just said an hour when I should have said up to an hour and a half. So I just want to make sure I don't keep him waiting too long. GoPro? No, I have a phone. I like GoPros or Osmos. But they're not great for streaming anymore. Smooth. I like smooth video. They did a good job, but they die too quickly. So then you either gotta like swap batteries out, pay attention to that. But then the feed, like you either have a really crazy setup, which I used to have, or you do this. And I just like the image I get better from putting a phone on my neck. Thoughts on eBay pre-cut? You're just getting a very generic, cheap, whatever kit. I think there's a company nearby. I got a phone call from them. They I don't know. They said they had like 6 flatbed plotters that they run all day. And they do kits for like eBay and stuff. They just get whatever cheap film that they can because like eBay takes 15% of every sale. And then the kits are super cheap. So like You just can never trust the films. It'll probably get you a decent looking whatever, but as long as you're okay with like, I don't know, I just wanted to do my own car. And sometimes it can be worth using. Are you going to Tinter battles? I don't think so. It's not that I wouldn't like to, but I know we're going to be busy all summer. So I'd rather use that time for like a family trip if we can, unless it just like makes total sense for us to go. I really wish they would just schedule something closer that we could drive to. I really hate that, like, so many times. Everything is like as far away as it can be almost. Texas, Florida, California. I get why they do them there, but it's not exactly convenient for us to get out there. How much would this cost? So we charged $200 for the front two and the quarter windows. And the dates are kind of funny too. August, California. Oh, it literally just shut off. Key not detected. It's right there. Wake up. International window film competition is in Texas, in San Antonio again. Same month. So I wonder if they did that on purpose to, I don't know. I haven't talked to them, so I have no idea. I like speculating though. They had a joint thing planned, and then something fell apart. So I wonder if they're now competing. Do you have to pull the patterns past the seal the same way you're doing the Sharpie method? Yes. Yes, the point for every pattern is you want it to tuck into the seal a little bit. 'Cause every time it brushes against the seal, there's just more chance that your window can peel. So you don't necessarily have to go super far. And there's often a double seal. So one seal and then like half an inch down, another little seal. Depends on the car. And unless you take it apart, you can't see. Sometimes you can feel them. But if you do a nice, good job, you use a good film, and that edge lays down nice and flush, then you just don't have any problems. Okay. Let's double check this. Make sure it's all touched up. We can sleep at night because we got rid of that little squaggle up there. Ooh, that's nice now. Hopefully there's not a little something somewhere else. That's what we hope. It's like, oh, do we see something somewhere? Nope. Looks good. Looks really good. And I'm very, very happy with the quarters. They turned out nice. Those were not the most fun quarters I've ever done. But they did turn out super clean. Little finger. The trickiest part is pressure. It's like getting the pressure in just the right spot so everything like lays down perfectly. I got one little thing on the front edge. So I'm just trying to toast it. Let's see if this one will reach. There we go. There's that one. That's gonna need more time. Can I leave the card there? Ooh, that's kind of nice. I'm just gonna leave the card there for a minute. Let's go to the other side and double check. That was almost catastrophic. What temp do you run your heat gun at? As hot as it'll get. So we have to be careful. Too much heat gun can start to melt stuff. So what I try and just keep in mind as I'm heating it up is like I might get it really close for a second or two, but then I have to pull the heat away. The glass will hold heat longer than the plastics do. So as long as you like feather it or just hold it away for longer, it should be okay. But right in the edges, there's like it's weird. There's like a little dotted area right at the bottom that's gonna hold water. Here at the upper edge, it pinches a little bit against the gasket. So trying to just quick dry it in a few seconds. You generally need a little bit more time. So that's good. We can put some tape. Oh, I gotta check my after. There's that. Put this on this side. I was gonna do, I made a check-in thing and I forgot to use it. So we'll use it on the next car. But checkout, especially after pictures. Gonna see if my workflow worked nicely for this one. We'll see. I'm gonna take a picture. Let's grab the key. Turn this off. Okay, so that's this one. Details. Then we're going to after picture, take a photo. Kick this out of the way. Take a photo. Nice. Add film. Front doors, C2 ceramic, VLT 35 notes. Florida legal. 30 glass. Save. Cool. All right. Should be good on that one. If I send you an empty box, will you lean it on the other ones as advertising? Not intentionally. It's luck of the draw. Okay, I'm gonna pull this one out, cash this guy out. Or cash him out first. Alrighty, it's all set. So it's gonna actually look a little bit lighter in here with just the way that the lights come down on it.
Yeah, no,
But
you can tell the difference.
it's definitely tinted.
It's not as dark as the back.
No, but it's completely Florida
Well, maybe,
legal.
too, because the exterior color is white, does that kind of make it look darker too?
That always helps with just like you have black accents everywhere on it. It helps it all blend together. Yeah, the difference between the front and the back really isn't that major. All right, let's cash you out. I'll meet you on this side. Paying with a card?
Yeah.
All right. There we go. There's my software. Outdoors. All right, so total was 200, and then 50 comes off for the deposit. 150 goes on the card. Here's your card back. All set.
I'm not planning on driving it for the next couple days, but how long does it take for it to be?
With this weather, if you leave it in a garage, it
Yeah.
dries out a little bit faster. But with this weather, about 5 days total. So we press out as much water as we can, but we put tape on the switches.
Yeah,
I'd leave it up for that amount of time.
Lower the windows.
Yep. I put tape on the switches just as a reminder.
Oh, okay.
Do you want a printed copy?
Yeah.
Okay.
market is tanking.
Oh, is it? Oh, is that the worst stuff? Huh?
It's down almost 1,000 points. Well,
Oh, wow.
not good.
Okay, that should be the invoice printing. And the screen go black. There we go. Wait. It's blank? It shouldn't be. What?
It's not working. You
Printers.
sent me something.
You got a text receipt with all the info? I'm just trying to get you a printed copy real quick. You invoice, I see it. It's right here. I click print. And then I have that stuff. Print.
You need a new ink cartridge. I'm always replacing one of mine.
Just, yeah, I hope it just says. Okay, so now it's printing it. Yeah, right? Yeah, it does look like we almost need a new print cartridge on some of this. But, yep. There you go. And so we talked about just leaving the windows up for about like 5 days.
Yeah.
When you go to clean the windows, always make sure you use a soft microfiber and an ammonia-free glass cleaner. Okay. So these are yours to also take with you. And I'll go ahead and pull that out. Do you have any other questions for me?
No, I mean, I'm just going to leave it alone. I got another car that I'm going to drive, so that will sit in the garage.
Okay. Sounds good. No problem. Let me just make sure I got a card. Oh, that's our next one. Bring, ding. All right, car. I love when safety stuff goes off on a car. They program them to be outside, and then you pull them back in a garage, and then they're like, "Oh my God!" All right, key is in the center console.
Yep, thank you.
You are all set. You have a good one, okay?
See ya.
Hello. Cadillac. Awesome.
Another white one. I love
All right, let's go up front. We can figure out some shades. Have you had window tint before?
Oh yeah, I've gotten all the cars done with you.
Oh, okay. Sweet. We've been through it already.
Tesla on the screen for a while.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
So what are we doing on this one?
I'm gonna do the ceramic.
Okay. So we have Apex. The only differences between these two right now with the display boards is one has a background, one doesn't. So these are all the shades that we have for each one. We do have a 40% in here too. That's that's just not marked up here.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the Apex. I'm gonna do 5 all 35 in the front.
Okay.
With that.
All right.
That's what I
Sounds
did
good.
last time, so
Sweet. That's a nice dark look on there for sure.
yeah.
So, all righty. So we'll go ahead and put that on there. Do you have any other questions or anything before we get started with it? Yeah, you can absolutely hang out.
Oh no, I'm pay now or pay.
Oh, pay. You can pay after.
Okay.
That's totally fine. So total for everything is $650 for everything with the windshield.
Yep.
All right.
Awesome. Thank
Sweet.
you.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
No problem.
Next.
Yes.
This 2x4 works perfect, by the way. For DIY.
I like it. Another one. Yeah, I like these. These are straightforward. Nothing unusual about this. Really straightforward everything. We don't get enough Cadillacs. That's always kind of a bummer. Yep, Tic Tac. Add topic. Your live stream appears to be on a different subject, so we're gonna stop it. TikTok. I don't know why they put so many restrictions on TikTok, but they absolutely do. Why they gotta do that? No. So stop, activate, look. There we go. That's good. CTS V? It is. It is a V. We got a CTS V. It's fast. It's fast. Do we put it over here and we look at the seat? No, that's boring. Look at the cabinets. It's exciting. Cabinets are exciting. Have you ever had a customer not be able to pay or change their mind on shade or anything like that? I mean, sure, people change their mind, but not be able to pay, no. Not personally, but I've been at shops where that's been the case. Very rarely, though, and they worked it out somehow. Usually it's maybe a small discount or we got to hold your vehicle until you come back with money or something like that. But yeah, if I ran into that, I'd start taking payments up front before I get started. You don't have to do payments afterwards. It's just, I think, more traditional to do things that way. But I have enough people that ask me, like, do I pay now? So, like, nobody would bat an eye if we just did payments up front. I gotta see. Let's see if the site then updated. Oh, that's cool. Heh. Okay, so I've just been playing around with this. We have like a site in progress with Tintly. It's just like I don't know. I don't even know how to describe it necessarily, but the vehicle that I just did. So here's our Tintly site. And then I have a category that's our work. So the pictures that I take of the vehicle then just get posted on the site too as well. Well, that's cool. See, slightly more incentive to take pictures of the vehicle. Those automatically go to the site. So on services, I have a before and after. So the same photo thing, like when you go to the vehicle, you could upload photos directly to the vehicle thing. I just put it in here. So you click on details, you scroll down, you can click upload pictures before and after in appointment details. So these are, I forgot to take before photos of the other one, but for like documenting work and stuff like that. So this is the vehicle. We're doing Apex on here, so that's our carbon price that's gonna get adjusted. But see, there's our vehicle before pictures, and then when we're done, we'll put after pictures on it. Ooh, this is, all right. I'm gonna update the app. Oh, and then I guess I can call it. We'll see. I'm gonna delete it. And we're gonna add it. Install. And it'll ask me for permissions again. Oh no. It's gonna come back to haunt me. On the iOS app.
Since it's been reinstalled, it does that?
Yeah. I can send you the screenshot.
No, it's fine. I know what it is.
Because we had that outage that one day, and I told it to do a thing. So it's just not loading. It is in a body shop. You would have to make them sign a paper that they acknowledge without payment. You will withhold, or you will hold the vehicle. Well, depending on the service too. In a body shop, there's usually a lot more money and time and stuff at stake. So like you'd be very easily talking about thousands. Where like with window tint, I'd say it's just lesser issue, but Just in a lot of fields. Like if you get graphic design work, I mean, if you work with an artist, a lot of times you just pay after the fact, or they don't always collect payments up front. So it's perfectly fine to do it either way. I've just never personally had a problem. Yeah, it's spam. Is Tintly the one you created? Yes. Yes, me and Mark over there. Biggest priority right now is getting it in the App Store. So we have phone calling. It's integrating. It's working beautifully. And then you put it in the App Store. And Apple has a different way of handling phone calls. So we have to make sure everything goes with their system. And so once that works, then I can continue to beta test it as an app, and go from there. But phone calls will work so much better if they go through the phone directly. How do you cut a front windshield when it has a black plastic in the middle where the mirror goes? You go around it. This has one. A lot of them just have like a nice dotted border that you can follow. But before we had all the collision systems and radar cruise controls, we would just have mirror tabs that we cut out. So you just look at this like a big mirror tab. See, it comes up, goes around, and I just follow that border all the way around, and they tuck a lot of the hardware up out of the way so it doesn't just sit on the windshield. What's up, dude? Finally caught your live. Love your content. Thank you. Glad to have you. Good Cadillac, not having front quarter windows. Who wants front quarter windows? There are these big old ones on our Sienna. 'Alright, Cadillac, hold for 5 seconds. Ta-da! All GMs do that. It's like a PC power button. Hold it for a little bit. It won't keep shutting off on you. Uh, 13 Transit, how would you cut that? It's always hard to illustrate something like that. Definitely familiar with the Transit. They have really big quarter windows, and they have like this curve of a bottom window. I would cut the long straight side, shift it over, cut on the other side, and just follow that curve, and then you can shift it back and shift it down the exact same way. It's just not flat on the bottom. Will you ever make it available to the public like Tint was? It is available, just not as a complete suite yet. You can schedule, you can take payments, deposits. Like that was initially what we planned it for, was around like making scheduling easier to do. But the more we used it, it's hard to not have phone integration because there's so much you can do with phone integration. From text messages to phone calls, we transcribe phone calls, we capture the important pieces of it. So if you talk to somebody about a particular car, it fills out their name, fills out their vehicle information, can fill out the service that they're interested in. And so you don't actually have to manually type anything. So it's been, oh yeah, that rolls over here. It's been really helpful, but it's going through some growing pains. We're trying to get it in the App Store. So phone calling is like our major hurdle integration right now. We have it as a test app. It works. It's great. But when a phone calls, it doesn't ring. And that's a problem. So as soon as that works, we'll be able to actually have it like listed in the App Store once it goes through a little bit more beta testing. But expect that to take weeks, not months. All right, so we need a 5. Where's my 5? Oh, it's right here. Good. And then this is the 50. So we're doing 5 all the way around, 35 onto windshield. Android and Apple? Yes, absolutely both. Mark uses Android, it will be on Android. I use Apple. More people use Apple, so it'll hit Apple first. But it's just one of those things where one is not going to be far behind the other at all. The app is built and functional. It's just how quickly and how much work does it take to adapt it to each store? That I don't know. How long did you schedule for the full car plus windshield? Up to 4 hours. That's just what we put on the schedule. A vehicle like this is gonna take probably up to 3. 2 hours for all the sides and the back at like an okay pace. And about another 45 minutes for the windshield. Going dark. Yeah, we're gonna be hand cutting out the doors and then probably flattering the back. I don't know, I go back and forth. I think more people want to see hand cut. And I know the exact patterns that I'm getting from hand cutting it. Platters are nice. And I use them often. But it's always It's always a question how well the doors are going to line up. Sometimes they're so good. And sometimes they're like, oh, should have been just a little wider, or the top edges could have been just a little bit nicer. So for a lot of these videos, we do hand cut start to finish so people can learn more. But it's Apex. It's thick, cutting through 4 mils of film now. Did you clip the windshield training you laid down on the expedition? No. It's on the channel, but I didn't do anything special for it. Those kinds of things happen like all the times during the streams. They should be clipped. Pull this down a little bit farther. Make sure this is nice and squeegeed. Pull it down a little bit. Get that top edge. Grab our hot pink knife here. Can you put anonymous comments back on in the Facebook group? Aren't they there? They're there. I couldn't remove them entirely. It's actually really frustrating. They enabled, they don't call it anonymous, they call it nicknames now. So nicknames is not a feature I can shut off. You can post and you can comment. So they basically just renamed anonymous. People do it all the time. It's frustrating. It isn't like, it doesn't bother me that much, but people like to use it to just be very rude sometimes. And don't do that, because we'll kick you. There we go. Got some patterns. How much for the full car? All around with the windshield. We're not doing a sunroof like we did yesterday. This one is $650. Do you clean dirty cars before tinting them? We don't wash anything. We can. Would you believe for the past year we didn't have the capabilities? But now we do. We had our sinks installed a while ago. but you can't hook a hose up to those. And then this was sitting, but now this is plumbed in to the sink, so we have a DI system on the sinks, and then we also have a splitter for a garden hose. So we could do a pressure washer off of it. If something is like horribly salty and you have the means, by all means, just rinse it. You don't have to full on wash it. Did you see that? Did you see? I'm gonna try. Look at that. I'm making the little thing go off. Blind spot indicator. Nice. Use a bucket and a microfiber. Nice. I know the majority of customers would like it. The reason why I actually don't wash the car is because I don't detail. I don't want to run into a customer that's like, hey, there's now swirls in my paint that weren't there before. I just want total, hey, we don't touch the paint. Maybe we could ask beforehand, like, would you mind a car wash or something? But then again, it's an extra thing to do. That's the main reason I don't. It's the old name of this channel, Tint Stuff, because it was about tint stuff. I never really liked the name. That's why I changed it. It always bugged me. It just like was the name. Us tinners are very literal when we name products. But if you don't clean, does it contaminate the tint? No, we clean the glass. That's what we're tinting. None of the car, state of the car, affects the work unless it's been dirt roads, mudding, that kind of stuff. Like, sure, on some level, it does affect it, but like that's just general grime and buildup that gets into the seal areas and around the window. What happens over there and on the panel doesn't affect my work. Because we have solutions to all of it. You clean, you install efficiently, and we cover door panels. Do you ever reject cars that are too dirty? I've never rejected a car that was too dirty. I've had a few that were definitely mudding, and they're like, man, we tried to clean it up as best we could. You just gotta have a real conversation with your customer on that one. Like if it's a Jeep and they took it literal mudding, off-roading, some people do that. And there's just like mud caked on the window, that's a different thing entirely. That will be far harder to clean out because you generally have a little bit of grit somewhere. Guess I'll get this one. Every time I walk up to this car, collision avoidance, or the side indicators go off. It goes doo 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 doo. Do you have any tips on removing old, faded, and peeling 9-year-old tint DIY on a 17 Camry? Look up removal videos. They're gonna be the best help for you. Steamers are your friend, and lots of blood, sweat, and tears because peeling tint off can be a complete pain in the ass. There is no magic trick that makes it just fall off the window every time. it's all subject to difficulty. Do you seal guard everything? Pretty much, just the sides. I don't do, oh, you know what? One sec. Here, phone's on. Somebody's calling. So I seal guard the main areas. There's a lot of dirt that can build up on the seals. The newer the car, rubber seals, you're not gonna be really protecting much at all. There we go. Coat that. What percentage tint would you recommend that wouldn't stand out to police? 35 and up. 50, 35 on the front doors, 50 on the windshield. Have you ever had issues with law enforcement coming back to you to hold you accountable for illegal installs? No, because it's not my problem. It's, you know, like they sell illegal car accessories at AutoZone in states that they're definitely illegal for, with pictures of them being installed in the way. And they just have a disclaimer that says this may be illegal if you install it. It's like that, except window tint can absolutely be legal in Michigan with a doctor's note. So it's not up to me to have a doctor's note. It's up to the customer. And the thing is, a lot of law enforcement love window tint too. So they generally look at things like, hey, I don't want to give you a bad day. I just want to make sure the roads are safe. So when you tint your car especially dark, that does make it harder to see through. You're more likely to get a ticket to remove it. If you stay lighter, if you are seen, if you are obeying the road laws, you are way less likely to ever get in trouble for it. So because it's such a popular service, some areas just do not care. It's just laws lag behind practicality. And one or a few people are in charge and make dumb decisions. What's the point of bottom loading? So bottom loading is an easier way to install window tint, but it requires you to remove the bottom seal of the window. So if you have a more mechanically inclined background in car stereos and taking things apart, or you just want to make the tinting portion easier, you do bottom loading. I didn't learn bottom loading until much later. So most cars like this are very straightforward for me to tint. There's more steps, but I don't have to figure out what to take apart. I just tint it. Years and years of doing the exact same thing over and over again. So I can use it as a talking point. We don't take anything apart when we tint your car, blah, 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 blah. But I generally don't. It's perfectly fine to take stuff apart. You just gotta know what you're doing. I used to watch you a lot when I was a kid, and your live randomly popped up out of nowhere. Oh, thanks for the 5. I appreciate it. Dang, that makes me feel old now. You're still a kid. I'm not that old. Ooh, that looks nice. Would it be strange? Would it be strange looking to get a Mazda CX-30 tinted and modded? I don't think it's strange to tint anything. Mods, it depends. Cars generally look really good overall, and a lot of the aftermarket stuff then makes it look cheap in aftermarket. So it just depends. That's why like the most popular things are still vinyl, like vinyl color change, wheels, and window tint. But I'm sure there's some stuff that you could do to make it look good. Just remember, it's always a Mazda. Like when I dressed up my Buick, it's still a Buick. Boop, 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 boop. All right, I need the 5. Boop, 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 boop. Did it fix it?
It found why it went where it went.
Because it loaded this before that, and that triggers this. Yeah, it was like a fail-safe in case, like the server, again, like it didn't just give somebody like a loading screen. It was like an acknowledgement, like we know there's an issue and we're gonna fix it. But then
It was trying to connect to our API, like our Tiddly API, at localhost instead of at go.tiddly.io/API. So it doesn't. It says it doesn't even have to redeploy the rest of it. It's just rebuilding and redistributing right now to Apple.
okay. All right, as soon as that's done, I will try it. Oh, we gotta keep an eye on Stripe. There was a Ram yesterday that booked an appointment 30 minutes before this guy booked. Both for today. But he's coming in on Wednesday. But he,
Like, so watch Stripe for
for miscellaneous appointments right now, just to make sure that that's fixed. But yeah, when he left a deposit, he ended up leaving 2 deposits because he wasn't sure if it booked, and then it actually didn't put it on our calendar.
So that, but we probably had worked on it since then, because you said it was right around the same time the other guy did?
It was like 1:30,
Okay, yeah.
and I think you like tried to fix it after. But yeah, I was looking at it. I'm like, there's no customer information. What's this? Oh no. Stripe pisses me off with holding my money for 7 to 14 days the first time. A lot of them will do that too. Like when you're a brand new account, they have extra fraud measures. We use Stripe and PayPal. All our payments go through PayPal POS. I love POS. So when it doesn't work, you just like PayPal piece of shit. I've actually never had it not work, but I signed up with, it was Zettle at the time. And in the past like year or two, they rebranded it to PayPal POS. They've got the best rates that I have, I think, seen of anybody. I just checked them again yesterday. They're 2.29. And as far as I can tell, they're like instantaneous payouts. They're fast. It's instant or like next day. Most places are anywhere from 3.5 to 2.6. So, if you're frustrated with Stripe, they're definitely worth looking into. I'm waiting for Tint to finally finish that into their own software. Yeah, they've released it to beta testers. There's a couple things I'm not a super fan of. Like you got to pay for a terminal, like pay to rent a terminal. I have to imagine you'd be able to buy one out. But there's like a $10 PCI fee, and I don't know if that's monthly. But yeah, they've changed pricing from $100 a month. I just got the email to $150 a month. I think unless you use their payment system, which is the whole point. So, dude, software time and time again drives me a little fucking crazy. I don't mind that they changed prices, but I really wish they paired that with a different feature launch. Like, hey, we got bought out by a payment processor. It's positive because we have a lot of development capabilities now that we didn't have before. Cool. Respect, that's amazing. I'm glad. But they got like bought out like 6 months ago. And would have been cool to see like some features in the works. Like here's our roadmap and then this is what's going down now. Or here's a few other features. And also the pricing has to change, but we've added some more. So I have no doubt that they're going to come out with stuff. but I'm hoping that they aren't far behind because their app has drifted behind a lot. Your garage is amazing. Thank you. I appreciate that a lot. Put a lot of work into it. Got a workhorse too. I can't get Core. What software would you recommend? Go get a 30-day trial of Computer Cut. That's the other one that I would use right away. Free 30-day trial. The interface is old as shit. Patterns are super good. They're the oldest and longest running software. The original. So it's owned by SolarGuard. SolarGuard's just too many old suits. They're corporate. They're slow moving. That's where other companies come and steal their lunch. Do you like Computer Cut over Digi? Yes, I would definitely use Computer Cut over Digi. Digi's not even cheap anymore. Like, Digi's one of its main selling points. Like, it was 80, then it was 100, then it was 120. I didn't even mind it 120. And then they raised it to like $200. And like, oh, but it's got PPF. It's PPF and window tint together. Like, I wouldn't trust your PPF patterns because your window tint patterns were like, they're all right. They weren't amazing. It's cool that you can get both. Like, Core is ridiculously expensive for both. So if we're purely talking window tint, I wouldn't look at Digi. Does Computer Cut offer side-by-sides? I don't know. I would sign up with a trial. They're not going to call you on the phone. They're not going to make you set up an account. You go to their website, you download the software, 10 minutes, you can see exactly what they have. I don't even know how they stop people from doing multiple emails and just lots of free accounts. I don't know. It was very easy to get a 30-day trial of Computer Cut. It was like, oh, hey, I should look at Computer Cut. Download, install, register, 30 days. Oh, okay, cool. There we go. I like that. And they made it easy. How do you like Important Sauce? It's really good. I love everything about it, except the price. It's very expensive. Is that the name, Computer Cut? I think like Computer Cut Pro, but just look up SolarGuard Computer Cut. You'll find it really easily. Did you clean it with a blade? Absolutely. I use blades before scrubbies. Blades aren't foolproof, but if there's adhesive, you're grabbing a blade. and I can't feel the glass with a scrubby. So it can be hard to see really small issues, like if there's something on the glass, a tiny speck. I mean, I've got a dark film here. I've got little water spritzes and other things going on. So the way for me to always make sure a window is very clean and basically whatever kind of poor lighting conditions I was in, just take a razor blade to it. I used plastic for a long time, like a gator blade. Gator blades are pretty cool. But I end up just using an actual razor blade and change them often enough. You can use one razor blade on all 4 doors. But then also if you come across a sticker, you can make sure that's taken care of. It doesn't damage the window? No. Why would I be doing it if it would damage the window? I go as far to put door covers on, tape the sides, dash towels, seat covers. Let's scratch up the focal point. Soapy water, low angle. So like you spray the window and you use it at a low angle. So low angle is scraping, right? That's the whole point of using that. It's not like yeet. But I know people like the scrub pads and what? Is that an iPhone call?
Yeah. Is it?
Hey!
I'm calling.
Oh! No shit, it worked?
I don't know. Did it? Did you answer it?
Yeah.
Oh, I can hear you.
And then I can go to the home screen and it doesn't disconnect. Holy shit. Oh, that's nice. And it's got your name right at the top. Okay, here's the curveball. I want to enable the call. The fuck's it called? Oh, it's not going to be on this phone. It's going to be on my phone. Ooh, I got to update.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I just added it and added that phone number, so now they're on the dev account, so we can use it on there too.
Oh, the app's on here? Oh, okay, okay, duh. Okay. We have the call screener. I want to enable it, and I want to see if we can get it to pass through name, first name,
In vehicle?
and then the vehicle is the last name, just for that phone call part. So then when I see the phone and it says who's ringing, it's not just a phone number, it's Joe 2019
Yep.
Dodge Charger.
Yep, well, you should get with your developer.
Well, if call kit's working, then this is just a little like, hey.
I don't know why. I knew it was gonna work this time.
Really?
Yeah.
You found the root cause?
Root cause and all. I was just like, this is gonna work. Because being able to test it and build it right there is completely different than what we've been doing.
Okay.
Having it directly on the computer with Xcode makes a big difference. I can just build and deploy faster.
Man, we've got a couple Mac Minis. We basically need to leave a dedicated computer here for it.
Yeah.
Gah!
Not even a Mac Mini budget.
Oh, because that's, wait, that one specifically?
I mean, yeah, I don't really need it anymore.
Oh, what do you have OpenClaw on?
I don't have OpenClaw anymore.
What?
Yeah. I have Blue Dog. That was the whole point. left it blue.
Oh, you made blue. Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
I confused Blue Dog with all the names that you had for OpenClaw.
Oh, yeah. No, Blue Dog is the separate platform. And it runs on AWS, so I can just log into it from my phone. Like, I don't even have to.
I'm gonna take a wild guess at why it's named Blue Dog. No, I'm just kidding. That was a tough one to figure out.
My brother's like, how'd you come up with the name?
Seriously? Like, oh.
BlueDog.app. It was the cheapest domain. I wanted BlueDog.ai. It's available, but it's like $75 a year. It was $12 to get BlueDog.app.
Oh.
And I had to prepay for 3 years, or 2 years, to buy the AI one.
Oh.
And I was like, man, it's just not worth $150 to me yet. If somebody buys it, then yeah, for sure.
They're probably milking all the AIs and IOs right now.
Yeah. So that app is good enough for me. We could probably get Tint.app and move Tint there. That'd be cheap one.
I think we were supposed to do that.
We were supposed to get Tint.ai.
Yeah. Yeah. We never did?
No.
Oh.
Get it right now.
Yeah, that's fine. Probably do that. Okay, let me think. Wow, phone call. Yeah, I mean, the hard part was getting the calls going through. I've got the call screener all set up and it works great. So now you're basically telling it to just pass through like a caller ID.
Yeah, and it's not forwarding to the phone number anymore. That was just straight.
It was native. That's cool. So try that. And then like, shit, man, I'll just troubleshoot a lot of little bugs, just like usability. But I mean, I keep having to leave it for phone calls. And then like driving yesterday, I called that customer and then he's like, yeah, can you call my wife's phone? Let me give you her phone number. And I go to my notes app, and so it leaves the browser session and then mutes the phone. And I'm like, gah! Really need it. Really needed to be a native app for that.
I should try calling from it now, right?
Yeah, I guess that it should probably check that too. But that was cool, because it was like up in the top corner, we still had our calling header inside the app. So it's like you get a lot of really good info there.
It's telling me to install the app when we're working from the actual app.
Yeah. That's sick.
Okay, well, it might be short-lived.
Oh, it doesn't call from the phone.
Calling out.
That's where it goes.
I know that I told it to do that.
Oh, you want to call from the phone? Ugh.
Yeah, it just freezes the app.
Great.
Okay, well.
We were supposed to just take inbound phone calls. So funny. It is a CT5, CT5V. What's up with the little baby squeegee you just used? It's the Quarter Pro. I use it on the stamp areas because they're a little lower and you can put a lot of pressure. I use it on quarter windows, but I like it for pressing all the air out of the stamp. Hook a brother up with Tintly. Go to tintly.io and you can just use it. It's there. The phone stuff and app, that's what it's not quite ready. Like we use it all the time, but we're also actively fixing it as we're using it. It's like, oh shit, that didn't work quite right. Fix. oh, wouldn't it be cool if we had this and then we do it and then it, you know, needs troubleshooting and fixing while you're using it. But there are good parts of it that are available for anybody to use right now. You own it? Yeah. Yeah, it's ours. I need razor blades on this side. They're all over here. Lift this up. What can I use to take glue residue off my door panel? I left the panel guard on for too long. Ooh, pause. It's an aggressive adhesive. So, I don't know, any type of panel cleaner. And a microfiber. It shouldn't like permanently stain it though, but it is an aggressive adhesive, so you just want to be careful. But I haven't had a panel yet that I haven't, like I've run into a couple instances where I've had what you're talking about, like a little bit, and I'll just take a towel, glass cleaner, or a panel cleaner. Rubbing alcohol is a good option, yep. I was trying to think of something that, like glass cleaner is really easy to recommend because it's close, but it might not clean it as good. Rubbing alcohol, that you can find pretty quickly and do something like that. Nice, nice, nice. We use Goo Gone for the glue left over from the clear bra on a hood. And that's been on there for over 20 years. Yeah, any mild adhesive remover should be fine. Just, you want to make sure that whatever you're using is not gonna then eat into your door panels as you try and take off whatever's on it. Not a lot, it can bleach a door panel. Yeah, exactly. Use it sparingly. Don't take 99 ISO and just douse it. Where's my shank? It must have fallen. I'll use this for right now. There we go. Favorite car that you've tinted? Malibus. I'll tell you, this is high up on the list though. My favorite are vehicles that make my day go nice and easy. It's not that I don't appreciate a cool car, but I appreciate getting the cool car out of my shop unharmed and looking good. It's like when it's done, you're like, thank God. All looks good. I'm happy. So cars that are just really straightforward, oof, so nice. Because then it's just, oh, this is gonna be a nice, relaxing day. Go at a nice, brisk pace. No stress. Just hope everything turns out. The little bit of stress for today was the Lexus quarter windows. Would you give a discount with somebody with multiple vehicles that needed to be tinted? We don't have a discount program. If I was trying to do more volume, then yes, you should have some type of reward, loyalty, some system in place that does two things: helps refer friends and encourages somebody to bring another car. So like friends and family, give this to somebody you know, like a business card with a discount or something like that. That kind of stuff is just smart. Smart, good local business to do. I'm on the second car, that's right. I know, it's an unusual day. Nightmare client stories? None here. That's not true. We have one. One that comes to mind, but that was our situation, actually. The client was cool. So, nightmare client stories. Yeah, I've had like picky people, but I don't have anybody that has just been like off the rails or somebody that I just haven't been able to do a good job for. I had like a really nerve-wracking situation with a like C6 Corvette, but I'm glad that all turned out good. And there's some situations that are just like we just don't even get into. We had somebody call. He had a C6 Corvette, had it done. Went to like a couple different places or something. And like he started the phone call with, "Can I talk to the owner?" Or just like, "Are you guys sure you can do a good job on this one? Because I just brought it to like 2 other shops and I don't want to fucking touch it." There's just, let's see. I don't have a word for it really. but there's just certain clients, they'll get an older car, not a bad car. It's just like, it's a classic. And then it costs them a fair amount of money, and it's their baby. And they just like, any little thing, they're just like hypersensitive about anything that gets touched or done to it. And so they're okay with spending the money to get it good, but it's such a difficult vehicle to do. And they might not have realistic expectations about stuff like the dots. So I'm pretty sure that's what one customer's problem was. He kept talking about the dotted area, and he wasn't listening to whatever the shops that he had it done at were telling him. What do you do to fix the dot matrix? Go get a different car and stop looking at yours. There's genuinely some people that just look at their cars too much. Any tips on beginners learning the two-stage method? A lot of people cut their patterns too wide and too long. So, like this, I'm like, see the edge? That's not going into the side seals far at all, but it's covering all my gaps. That's the point. A lot of people tend to just make their patterns really wide. And then when tucking into the bottom seal, what makes it difficult is the bottom seal is in the way. So the longer that I make my pattern, the harder it is to tuck into the bottom seal. And then also it's gonna get kinked up and messed up and pop up extra fingers, quite likely, when you're trying to tuck it into the seal. So just think of a sticker. If I take a sticker and I place it on the window, does it peel? Generally, no. But it hits the seal constantly. Window tints are essentially big stickers. So they look best, and you're less likely to have any type of an issue if you tuck into the seal. So if I just tuck above it, I could see the edge of the tint. So I want to go into the seal a little bit to avoid it constantly knocking against the seal. But if I go just inside the seal area, like so, here's the top of the seal. If I go like this far into the seal, somewhere in here, it's very easy to get the film to lay nice and flat. So I'll show you on the outside where I would pull this one and what I saw happen that we corrected a lot of times at the class we just taught. So when we're tucking it into a side seal, this is my edge. This is what I cut against when I trim it on the door. And then a lot of seals are about 1/4 inch wide. So I'll pull my pattern all the way over and then pull it, and then so make the cut, pull the pattern over, and then cut the other side, drag it back over, and then it should land somewhere right in the middle. So a little bit of overlap, but that much. Honda dot matrix is worse. There's a lot of them that are not so great. For sure. But the point of dragging it over is to just hide your gaps. There's no reason to okay, I'm gonna see how far this tucks into the seal. It's hard to see. About that much. I have this much space before I run into, the window's not that wide. It only goes about this far over. So there's no reason I have to tuck all the way over here. But I don't have much space. But I'll see some people will drag their patterns all the way over to here. And then they'll drag the pattern on the bottom all the way down here. I drag my pattern to maybe here. Just a 1/4 inch down. And just wider than the side seals. How about an Audi seal? Yeah, same thing. Audi seal is just gonna be a 1/8 inch on the sides. A smidge less, doesn't hurt at all. You just can't, it's hard to get away with cutting it exact, because when you cut it exactly on the sides, that leaves a little gap. Glass has a thickness to it. It generally, when you're cutting it on the seal, it's not tucked into it. So when you line it up as close as you can on the sides, but when you look at it, you can see little gaps on the sides. So you have to make your patterns just a touch wider. Also, windows can shift back and forth a little bit. Hey, there's one. Audis and VW seals are tighter than most. Yeah, they absolutely are. They're a pain in the butt. Back window. Do you pull Ford F-150s? I don't pull most seals, personally. But my brother does. An F-150 gives you so much space with the seal and the sides. And I look at a lot of cars like that, like this one. I'm sure this one is fairly straightforward to just pull the seals on. I'm guessing. I couldn't tell you for sure. But a lot of cars like this pop back and the seal pulls out. That's really easy. The trade-off is when you get really used to that being the case, and then you run into a car where you go to pop the panel back and, oh, we got to start removing some more stuff. Ups how difficult that is a little bit. It's just okay, well, I got to Oh, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna plotter cut this back one. Or should I glass aid it? This is a glass aid I found earlier today. We should use it. We'll use it on the windshield. Let me plotter. Nah, I'll just do it. Fuck it. I don't feel like setting up the plotter. We'll use it. We're gonna use it on the windshield too. Ooh, what you getting? That sounds good. But yeah, when you have to remove panels, take stuff apart, it's perfectly fine. A lot of people do it. It's just a different learning curve. Two staging makes the tinting portion harder, but more universal. I go through the same motions with the vast majority of vehicles. Bottom loading, a lot of vehicles will start pulling apart very similar when you're used to taking things apart, and you get used to like, oh, this is a German car, this is how these ones pull apart versus a Ford. So you're saying you're better than your brother? Yeah, absolutely. What do you think is best installer in your family? Dude, I don't care. That's how I look at that one. He's taken on some challenges that if I got a phone call about, I would turn down. I just don't want to do it. Like, he's got pictures of like a 60s Mustang. There might be like areas where I'm more particular, but it's the environment that he's tinted around. It's not his fault. It's he goes into a shop that will have 10 cars for them to do throughout the day. So he doesn't have time to like spend an hour on a windshield. So you do the best you can with the time that you have. Yesterday you were talking about apps and patterns. I remember there's an app called Shaper Tracer. You need a frame and then you take a photo and it turns it into a vector drawing. Oh, that's cool. I like that. I'm just gonna take a picture of that. I'm gonna remember that one. So the rough idea, and I think that was the original idea with disruptive. I don't know exactly how they were gonna, oh, sorry. I don't know how they exactly were gonna make it happen, but I remember them showing a video of like, they take a pattern, they put it on a board, and it was cool to see, because this wasn't the first time I've heard of this. You put like a pattern on like a grid, and then when you take a picture, bye. Oh, you completely done? Oh, you're full day, but well, you're cooking for us, so that's definitely worth at least half a day. Full, oh, because it rhymes. Love you, thank you. Full day, double pay. Shit. But what I was saying with software was you take a pattern, you put it on like a grid, or you have a grid that you put on it, like something that basically tells an imaging software the scale of what you took a picture of. And then you have something that traces around the edge and vectorizes it. And the biggest problem is like film is reflective, taking a picture, getting that edge. Like, is your picture high enough detail? And when you zoom in, like, pixels are fuzzy. So I don't know how clean you could get the top edge of a door window, if that would even make sense. Back windows you could probably do. Windshields you could probably do. But also you shrink them and then you have to put them on a surface. So I don't know. I love the idea of it. But I think if that was a possibility or practical, it would already be done. So most people will take the liners, scan them into a database, and then get the patterns like that way. And then you're actually taking it and putting it through like a media scanner. But then the cost of everything goes up because somebody's got to own a media scanner. Is a 846 LED lumen light good for a back window? Sounds pretty bright. I don't know what these are. These are all I keep around. These get like really bright. For me, I always look for thin LED lights. Something that I can stuff in the lower area of a back window. So I've always just like stick lights. If it's like a bigger lantern or one of those like thicker LED bar things, you can get the upper areas, but you always have a hard time shining a light down in these lower areas. But I'll take that LED light. This is 5. And I'll go around the brake light and everything because I've got this stuff underneath. All right, we got to shrink this one. Very flat back window, really easy to shrink. Still want to make sure that we pay attention to the shrinking rules. Don't shrink on the sides. Keep the heat gun at a 45-degree angle in the direction that you are shrinking. And you wait for the little ocean waves to form. If you don't see the ocean waves, don't push it down and only card, or don't card past what you just shrank. Something like that. So you see these little waves starting to form? Perfect. You see where they stop? I got loose film here, so I'm not gonna card past there. Take your card, match it up with that wave, press that out, and look, it's starting to swoop towards the side, so we're gonna push it out the side. We didn't shrink out the side, but we stretched it out the side. Flatten that corner or that edge, and then there we go. I've had a hard time doing back windows with headrests in the way. Any tips? Always remove them if you can. It's awkward, but you can also fold the seats down. You just don't have much headroom personally. So if you reverse roll it, you can get in position, but if you're Frankensteining it, it's just hard because you don't really have the space. But yeah, I take out any headrests that I can. If they're sewn into the seat, it's definitely worth folding them down but I can slide the film over the headrests, but they don't make it fun. So we're always looking for the pattern. Ignore what my card is doing. If I'm carding and heating at the same time, I know the pattern. I know how much heat that it's gonna take to put it. See all these nice little like, oh, that's a calm ocean right there. And then right here is where that stops being waves. So you just card it up, stop, card it up, stop, card it up, stop. And then this edge, kick out a little film on the sides, flatten that out. People a lot of times flatten out film based on time. Like if I held the heat gun here for a certain amount of time, it should be, they get comfortable and they start doing the same thing up here and then they press it down early. You just watch the film for that pattern. So we got those waves again. Card it down. Ta-da! We're past our line. Let's go over to the other side. We're gonna do the same thing. So if we were to do them together, there's no reason you can't, but watch. My heat gun is now closer to the window. My speed has picked up. Watch, I won't use the card on this pass. Watch where the film is hitting. Same line. So when people are doing this together, it's just experience. You know exactly how much you're shrinking it. Sometimes people are compressing too much film together, but they can make it work. You have like a little bit of margin. But when you're doing them together, you're still doing the exact same thing. It's just you need to learn what pattern that you're looking for first. Is this. And then I card it. See, and go out the side a little bit, flatten that down. But then when we combine them, we're not hitting it with a card until the film lays down close enough to the glass. See, and then you sometimes see little pauses because I know I can't hit it yet. I gotta wait a little bit longer. And then there, we're all good. I definitely prefer Frankenstein on a back window. I learned that, and I had to self-teach reverse rolling. And reverse rolling took me a little while to really understand. Anybody that I asked personally didn't do it. We all installed very similarly up here. So I would ask community, I would see what few videos I could get from people to just get a better idea of what was going on and just kind of worked on it. But I don't like it on back windows personally, just because lower third brake lights are very common. And there's generally less space on a back window than there is on a windshield. A windshield has a shorter dashboard, and there's just more room. Back window, like everything's like seats and stuff are here. Like back window's all enclosed, pillars are there. I'm just not a huge fan of it. But the earlier you learn reverse rolling, the more likely you are to use that on both front windshields and back windows. Anytime I post a video on doing a Frankenstein on a back window, I get a bunch of comments that are like, there's no way that turned out clean. But Frankenstein is bottom loading for back windows. I just don't have any seals I have to remove. Tick-tock down. Thank you. Due to inactivity. They like to do that a lot today, don't they? I don't know how long it takes, but it definitely takes a little bit of time. Activate, look. There we go. As soon as the comments and this stuff lights up, then we're good. I have Frankenstein front windshields, and I get clean installs too. That's cool. I could manage it on smaller ones. I always had a hard time on most windshields, though, personally. I would prefer to do it on a windshield. But what I would run into is around like the passenger area. It's really hard to like manage that much film, and your hands are in a different position. So like a Frankenstein, you're like this, and your arms and everything is in a position to be a little more supportive on the back window. On the windshield, you're at a lower spot, and the windshields are a little bit steeper. So, when I first tried windshields, I just did what I did on back windows and tried to make it work on a windshield. That's why I forced myself to do Frankensteins on them, or reverse rolls. But you do what you can. Use that exact knife as well. We use it in the film business to cut gels to cover lights, windows. Yeah, red dots are really nice knives. So we're gonna Frankenstein the back window, and then we're going to reverse roll the front windshield. Windshields are just wider. They're wider, they're at a funny angle. It's been a long time since I've tried to Frankenstein a windshield though. But I have nothing against doing it that way on a windshield. Whatever you have to do to make it turn out nice, do it. If I get a crease, can I do something about it? Generally, no. When you're shrinking a back window, this one, if you put a mild crease in the tint, you can put an air pocket underneath it and re-shrink that area. And sometimes it'll just disappear. But if it's a genuine harder crease, it's almost always done. You done, son. So headrests, these remove. A lot of vehicles still use a pin here. Some of them are nice and they actually have push buttons for you to remove them easily. So having a pick tool around makes it easy to remove them. And now I have floor space and it's nice and flat. Yay. Any tips on getting the least amount of contamination possible while reverse rolling? Yeah, when I do the windshield, I'll talk about everything I do in every video that I reverse roll. It gets brought up all the time. Because keeping reverse rolls clean, that was a big challenge for me in the beginning. And I've got everything pretty well down. They turn out super, super, super clean. But it was a lot of work to get here, so I'll show you what I know. Oh. Nice. You know, I had a clay bar once and perforated seat, and then I sat on the clay bar and I went into the perforated seat. That was not a good time. Is it this one? No? Is it this one? Oh, it is this one. How about that? Okay, so unfortunately, it's going to be a little bit harder. Let's just get a new one. To see what goes on back there, just because I have a camera on my neck. But I'll buy another clay bar here. Have you ever been a mobile tinter? I have. I was a mobile tinter for about 5 years. There are good ways and bad ways. I really did not like going to people's houses. I didn't like anything about that. People generally didn't have a great space or much of a space at all for you to work. They didn't have like any lighting, and in the wintertime they didn't have any heating. So mobile for me was going from company to company. Not tint shops, but automotive businesses. Glass companies, auto accessories companies, and we would set up accounts with them. But up here in the northern states, we have a lot more cold weather. And so going from house to house is like that much more restrictive up here. We can't just like tint outside or under a cover on a pleasant day most of the year. Even then, you got wind and stuff to worry about. So just all those things that can get in your way. So I was never a fan of going to people's actual houses. Mobile for me was always partnering up with local companies. And there's a lot of good reasons to do it. And there's a couple not so good reasons. A good reason is they're generally bringing you more than one job. So they have customers that are coming in for a different service, and adding on window tint for a lot of them sometimes is an option with the right business. Something that's not so good is you're doing it under their name, but that's where the customers are coming in. The customers are already coming into that business. That business is not going to try and sell them a different name. So when you leave that company, chances are you're not going to have those customers calling you on the phone. You didn't build up a client base. I'm in Florida, the heat is crazy. Yeah, that's why we didn't just move down there. But I'll tell you, the cold's crazy up here too, so somewhere in between is probably good. Okay, real quick. We're gonna Frankenstein this one. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna pick this up. You could do this off a glass board too. You don't have to do it off the car. I'm gonna pick it up, gonna bobble it a little bit and get it in this position. Nice rolling curve on the film. It's not bent or kinked up. I'm gonna put my foot here in the middle and then swing around and then stretch my arms out, fingertips towards the edge, and you lean forward with your fingertips as far on the front edge as possible. You stick the bottom and you start getting some film up on the window. You have to keep it. I got this brake light in the way, so hang on. I'm gonna show you it in a second. We'll leave it in limbo best we can. Yeah, like right here, it's holding itself. You see that? It's holding itself there. You get the whole bottom attached and everything nice and smooth up to where the headliner area is. And you just keep pushing it down the back window until you see the light gap at the bottom go away. And then you can push the rest of this right up on the window. Shift it a little back and forth, sneak it into the paneling. And so the tricky part is really just managing that film. That's the awkward part. But the sides and everything's all enclosed. I don't have a lot of space in that bottom. I'd much rather Frankenstein a window like this. So now we'll start squeegeeing this out. But yeah, when I was oh, we got a little lip here. Hang on. That's from the gasket. So I gotta tuck that. There we go. Oh, towel. You're making me look bad. Go back up there. Thank you. So when we were talking about mobile, though, I would go from different companies. We would collect a check at the end of the day or the end of the week, whatever we had arranged. We'd just tally everything up that we did. Shop obviously has to make something or they wouldn't bring in the work. And so we would just have predetermined rates on the majority of stuff. And if they wanted, they could sell it for over our rate. At some of them we were percentage based, at some of them we were just flat rates. Some of them would try and sell it below our rate and say like, oh, I could only get 200 for this one instead of 250 like you said. And we would have a big fucking problem with that. Unless we had talked to them and cleared it beforehand. But you don't just undersell it when we have rates. So that would be a downside. Is like, shop still has to make some money. But we would generally collect between 60 to 75% of whatever the ticket was. All right, let's go take a look. Ugh. Why do you use a clay bar versus a blue scrub pad? Scrub pads are good and they're helpful. They don't pull any like tarnish off the defroster lines. But I used to just wipe my hand over the back windows. But if you use a scrub pad, or a clay bar, they basically do the same type of thing, but you'll notice that this is a brand new clay bar. See this side, it's perfectly white and clean. This side now has this like tarnish all over it. It looks dirty. That's actually pulled right off of the defroster lines. It didn't pull the defroster lines off, but they're metal and they tarnish. Like they're either copper or they're like tin or something. So they oxidize. Helps the film stick a little better. Most situations, you're not gonna notice the difference, but some situations like a Charger 300, Challenger, they're really helpful for those. Best brand of tint that you can buy pre-cut. There's a site, Tint Zoom. They have GeoShield kits, and they genuinely use GeoShield, from what I understand. I don't know really like any other kit websites. Some shops might even cut patterns out for you. If you're just like, hey, is there... Oh, probably quite a few will tell you no, but you never know. It's not a big deal to call and ask. Personally, we don't cut and ship kits. It's too annoying. But if somebody walked in and like asked for something, we could probably do it. I just don't want to make it a regular thing. I just need a little pressure right around the stamp. Right here. I hope that did it. Looks good. There's like a little white right in here, and I feel like it tacked up, and then I dragged a little air through it. I'm gonna do something risky. Just gonna, if it's trapped air, it's easy to touch up. We're just gonna re-wet it. The rest of it looks really good though. I think when I was showing things with a phone, I just didn't put much pressure where I wanted to, and then it like half tacked up there. Where normally I'm like this. You guys can stare at the seat for a second. being quick to push water out on a back window is always a good thing. Yep, a few little air pockets right there. It's far. Let's try this guy. There we go. That looks nice. I like that. Oh, little air pocket there now. Probably should have used this more. I thought I was hitting the bottom with the bulldozer. Looks like, in this case, this one did a better job. This is the tail fin. I bring these into almost every back window. If there's a tight space on a back window, bulldozer sometimes can be a little bit tight to get into this corner. But this will always get into those corners. It's not always the best choice, but generally one of those two works really well. Is it still working? Good. Nice. All right, so we have quarter windows. We have back windows. See, this is where I should have cut it out on a plotter. I mean, I can hand cut this one very easily. But it's faster. It's faster on a plotter, but I got a piece of film here. We're gonna use this. Then let me clean this off. Probably tape it too. I could take a knife to it, but it's a CTSV. I don't really want to. Where's my towel? That and our super nice looking tape roll here. Safe cutting. Is it supercharged? I'm not sure. It's a CTSV. Pop the hood. The only good excuse I got is to put a battery charger on it, which I could definitely do. Would you believe I don't care? I like the car overall. It's a very nice car. I mainly look at the windows. Where's she? Sexy. Oh, this is coming out the end. Hang on. Where'd the button go? Did it work? Ah! How about now? It's gonna get to the point where it's like, oh, that's gonna take a minute to fix? Shit. That's way too long. Tired of people asking for dark tint that's clear on the inside. It's silly. You can probably have a... Some people are very, like, determined, though. And, like, if you're the first person they call and you dash their hopes and dreams on that, they're likely... I would imagine they're likely to just call somebody else and ask the same question. And then that shop will say, like, yeah, absolutely, we have it. But the funny part that took me a while to understand is customers are so simple. On like they just don't understand. Like you're working on the outside, it goes on the outside. They see a bubble that's in the tint, right? Like they're just there's all these things that have nuance and explanations, and like if I literally do not cover this door here, and I get a little water on the panel, I completely destroyed the car. That's like where a lot of people's minds just go. So on that, you might be able to say, because I don't get asked this like much at all, but you might be able to get away with saying something like mildly educational, along with, yes, we do have it, but tint is not magic. Nobody's tint is. It's all easy to see through as long as you're getting a good window film. However, the darker that you go, the harder it will be, but tint is always much easier to see through on the inside than it is on the outside. Because there are genuinely people that think, if you can't see me, I can't see you. It's like kindergarten stuff. It's what my 1-year-old does. She hides under a blanket and is like, you can't see me. Yep, that's right. Car's water. Car totaled if water hits the interior. Yep, 100%. But I learned that making a lot of videos. If you showed a window and the window looked a little dirty on the outside, but I'm showing like the installation, they're like, man, that's dirty as fuck. It's like it's on the outside. But in their mind, no, that's on the film. It's a problem. Like a customer walks past you working and like, oh, there's some bubbles there. It's like, yeah, I'm fucking working. It's not done. That's like what you want to scream out, but you just got to take a second. They just don't get it. But sales guys, good sales guys are kind of the bridge between you and customers. Because a sales guy can sometimes bridge the gap between like smart talk and dumbing it down so it's simple. Or you have to figure out how to do that yourself. I tend to just over-explain and talk too much. It's not my strong suit. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Cool. We're a little bit tall. I had a nice dot border on this one, but it's got a rubber seal on the inside that comes a little bit closer than I thought. So a little bit of overlap trimming. Seems to turn out well. Do you tint headlights? No. No, and it's mostly for reasons like, this one's not even that bad because it's like a gradual curve, but it's a vinyl wrapping, it's a wrapping skill. It's a wrapping skill that I just never took the time to really learn, or cared to as much. Couple taillights, like generally you would hear 250. Anything higher than that, people generally didn't seem to be booking. And you get a lot of lights that just have very complex curves to them. Just not fun to do. But I also didn't realize that quite a few people layer things way more than I thought. I just like tinting one piece. Everything's in one piece. But on vinyl, there's a lot of guys do sections and break parts down, so I learned that later than I cared. Cool. That looks nice. Let's do the other side. This gasket seal's a little funny too. It's like wavy. Will PPF gel make a gasket look more even? Temporarily, and it can help it dry out a little bit more evenly. But it's not a guarantee. So gel is mostly water. That's why so many tinters are trying to sell their own. It's funny. But it fills in the gaps. But it just like the water, it'll dry out. But what it can do a good job of is sealing in a matrix area. So like, let's say we got this back window and we had a bigger dotted area up here. The gel will help the outer edge to stick for longer, so the inside has more of a chance to dry. But eventually, everything's gonna dry out. And so it might like vacuum seal it a little bit better and get the dots to just like look more even across, but it's not a guarantee on that one. Like I used it on my van. I can still see all the dots on my windshield. I've got the Toyota band across it, but it's all even. There's no like unevenness to it. Actually, they're called inlays. That's the word I'm looking for. See, I'm not a vinyl guy. But yeah, I didn't realize that vinyl, way more inlays than I would have thought. I would have thought like a solid piece always has to be a solid piece. Nobody's gonna want to see an overlap. Thank you for the gifts. Why are people gifting? Appreciate ya. How long does it take you to tint a car like this? Good question. How long have we been streaming for? Oh, they used to give me a time. Oh, but the car was already in here. It would like reset. Oh no, that was the. I gotta go back. But in general, we'll spend about 2 hours on all the sides and rear, and then another half hour or like 45 minutes for a windshield. So for a customer, I'm going to tell them up to 3 hours for all the sides and the rear because, you know, you can be lagging behind a little bit, check in, talk about shades, that kind of stuff. So like appointments at 10, car will be done by like 1 without a windshield, by 2 with a windshield. In most cases. Oh wow, that one just completely came loose. Does it work?
No.
Ah!
It's not ringing to it anymore either.
What?
Yeah.
Fucker. Oh, now it's definitely getting yelled at.
Oh, yeah.
And now you broke it. Well, now it should know why it worked in the first place, right? Or so we hope.
Well, having the phone plugged in, it actually shows me like logs live.
Oh, so then you just copy the logs over. It loves logs. Like, actually. Dude, so many times. Let me just make something so I can check the logs at this point. Oh, and let me make something so I can check the logs at this point. And then it gets so wound up in making check files that it breaks it even more. Do people typically wait or do they leave it? Most people want to drop it off and leave. Waiting blows. We have a good waiting area, but generally people want to drop off and then come back to pick it up. But they can wait. But that's why we go on a schedule for everything. Every shop's different though. Some will just say first come, first serve in the morning. We don't go by appointments. Just get here early, drop it off, and we'll call you as soon as it's done. And then they'll just stack up their morning, work through the day, and you don't get it an exact time when your car's gonna be done. We try and stay by times and just keep it on a schedule, and deposits really help manage all that. So we send out appointment reminders. If somebody leaves a deposit, we always have communication with them. So if we call them, they'll pick up the phone or message us back. Like people just, if they leave a deposit, they're calling you to reschedule or they're showing up. They're going to be there. I was gonna do a little gel on this one. I should have done it on the other one. So let me grab that. And a blade. Oh, is the gel on that side? Where's the gel? There's the gel. Do we use that one this time? It's here. How late is too late to show up? Oh, it just depends on the day. For us, it's a non-issue. Like if we schedule a customer at 10 o'clock And they're like, hey, like most anybody is ever running for us is like 15, 20 minutes, maybe a half hour sometimes, but generally they're here like on time or earlier. I've worked at places that had people just like, oh yeah, I'll be right down, and then they show up 2 hours later. Certain price points and demographics are like honestly impact that a lot. So whatever you experience with your customers, you just try and build systems to manage that as best as possible. I don't try and inherently like change the customer behavior. So if I had a lot of people wanting to come in a day or something, and hey, everybody's first come first serve, we don't go by appointments, and you know, like I have no problem with that system. I think that's a good system. I'm from New York. Everybody wants good, cheap, fast. That's everybody. Everybody, everywhere. That's like the impulse. Like you want to buy something, and it's how quick can I get it? But there's definitely ways that you can manage that, or just accept you're not going to land every client that calls you. Just how it is. Everybody's got their own type of like there's just different types of customers. Got to figure out how to reach yours best. Cool. We're gonna get the small squeegee. You can order. Oh, why is it down? It shouldn't have fallen down. We secured it with super strong Scotch tape. You can find it here, and then if you use this code 313 Tint, and you'll save 5% off. Off tools. It should specify it's tools right now. Hard discarded tint, anything that's super curved or with extra tight window seals. Vets and bugs are some of the hardest ones that you'll hear people say. Audis and VWs are generally just kind of a pain in the butt. They're not the worst, but definitely on the list of average, like, shit. But luckily, I don't depend on tinting my side hustle. I try maybe 4 to 5 a week. It's a good position to be in. I mean, that's really how I started my own tint shop. is I didn't depend on the tint shop 100% when I signed the lease. I had a few mobile accounts. So I treated my shop like a mobile account. So 2 days a week, I'd be at a glass company. 1 day a week, I'd be somewhere else. And I planned 2 to 3 days to be here. And if I didn't have appointments, then I didn't have to be here. It's like, but what if somebody walks in? Nobody's walking in back here. Nobody walks in still back here. Walk-in traffic. It's very uninviting for walk-ins. If somebody walks in and asks us about tint, it's almost weird. It's like, oh, you're here for window tint. Yeah. We do that. Do you think Dodge Chargers are hard? Yes. Tighter seals overall, and a very curvy back window. Before the Model 3, it was, I'd say, the most common difficult back window that people would run into. It's like, no, it's not the hardest back window by any means. But in terms of how frequent people would get them, it was very high on the list. I tinted so many Chargers. I tinted so many Chargers, they were just normal for me. The only ones that ever gave me somewhat of a hard time was like I don't just want to say Hellcats, but they would do something on the back window, the deck lid area, that made them sit up higher. So you couldn't see like the bottom 2 inches of the glass. You had like carpet and stuff in the way. It was really annoying. But other than that, very curvy, and you get used to it, and then it's just an everyday car. Yeah, this is a CT5. CT5V.
Outbound works, but it's not using call kit. It's using the Twilio.
Oh. Is that a problem?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's true. Okay.
Oh, and the call button that's in the messaging thread. So like where you type to message somebody in a thread, there's a little call button there.
Yeah.
That button's not working on the web app or on the iOS app. But if I dial it manually from anywhere, it works.
I see the issue. I know exactly what you're talking.
I found 4 issues here.
It's been about like a week now, but they went into more of a like it builds out plans a lot more than it used to. It used to like think through something and then you just click build it, and it still does that, but it's now like T1, T2, T3. I think it like it naturally tries to build up plans a little bit more. Boop. There we go. Oh, this thing? We make these. The Slim Slams and the Reach Arounds. These ones just got done a little bit ago. Okay, dryer sheet. We will cover the windshield and then we're gonna prep the inside. There's a sticker there. I don't notice any other adhesive before I cover this up. Nothing on the top. Throw a towel in there and clean this off. Just to give it some dry time though. What am I doing wrong? I installed windshield tint months ago in my car. There are pockets of what looks like micro sand, but definitely not dirt. Yeah, that's what people just call dirt. Contamination.
Oh, it's telling me the root cause.
I found the root cause. It's like a drinking game. I found the root cause. But yeah, it has these same types of phrases that it uses over and over, or same way of speaking. So I don't know. I can even say, like, give me a simple answer, and it's like, here is a simple, no nonsense answer for you. It's like, you could skip all that. We don't need introductions. We don't need long explanations. See, that's what I do. I give long explanations. Do we take this off? The GM. There we go. And this comes off. And then we should have a screw and a plug. That's the plug. There we go. No other things. All right, let's get a screwdriver. Is the dyed line from Geo very good? Yeah, it's really good. I installed it for a long time. First films I used from them for years, Pro Classic and Pro Nano. It just doesn't block heat. That's the trade-off. But what you'll find is so many, man, it's annoying. There's so many tinters that just like feed into this. Like if it's not carbon or ceramic, it's terrible. It's dirt. It's worse than installing dirt on your car. Stupid. People know tint first and foremost for privacy. But that's every film. Now the discussions are a lot more about ceramic and blocking heat, but people are still simple. Some want to block heat and some want to make their car fucking darker. Dyed films make your car darker. They make it look good. You could have a dyed film car next to a carbon and nobody would be able to tell a difference. They both look good. If it's a cheap dyed film, which is very normal, they turn bubbly, purpley, and the colors fade out of them. If they're made well, they still look good years down the road. Carbon films, carbon does not turn purple. It's carbon particles, so they're a lot more stable. So you have a lot more color stability, but a cheap carbon will look hazy because they use big carbon particles instead of small carbon particles. So it doesn't matter. Oh, we're doing apex. So we want to go to this cabinet. 35 apex on the windshield. We got the roll right here. So it doesn't matter what material you really do on a car, as long as the material is good. I know I'm bad at tinting, but it's not contamination. The silver dots on the outside can only see from the inside. Okay, it could only be a few things. It's typically dirt, contamination. It could be pitting on the windshield, but that would be on the outside. So older windshields will just have a lot of grit and little pits in them because they get chipped away by all the road grime. Or it could have been weld slag from being repaired. But there's definitely nothing magical. It's hard to say. But those are your most every issue that could be wrong with the windshield. Did you see my last message? No, but I will look. Enjoyed all your videos, thank you. I want to start tinting company, but I'm scared of effing up. You make it look easy. You are gonna mess up. But it's how you get back up. That's business. Business is making mistakes, learning, and adapting. That's just how it goes. When I started Detroit Tint Studio, it didn't look like this. It was out of a home garage. I knew how to tint. But, dude, I was nervous when I went and left a deposit on this place. I only left signed a 2-year lease initially. But yeah, it's always kind of nerve-wracking to make a bigger jump, but that's business. Is you kind of have to weigh your options and go the upside far outweighs the downside, and the downside might happen and that sucks, but you usually can always go back to where you are. I always try and keep 1 foot in one door, 1 foot in another before like completely making a jump. So like I had mobile accounts. I didn't just say, hey, I opened up shop, bye. He's walking inbound and outbound. Yeah. With an asterisk.
Calls don't show up on the log, and then another AI processor is
Oh.
doing it. Call 3, call 4. And
Nice.
it even shows up like in your calls in the regular call log.
Oh, good.
It shows.
See Tintly.io audio in the regular call log,
Wow.
but
Heck yeah.
from within the app, you hit call, just opens up right there. And it's calling.
Nice. Hell yeah.
I don't know how to open the caller though. I don't know how iPhone works. It lets me call, but it doesn't open a screen to like hang up or mute or.
So if you ask it what was the root cause, is it just like really complicated to do?
No. What was this one? Because I was reading what it was doing. This was kind of what I was talking about earlier. There was 2 different systems trying to run at the same time, and they were arguing with each other. We have our own capacitor plugin that we're using that's actually working, and the Twilio one was trying to work also, but the Twilio one wasn't working.
Oh.
So the Twilio one was being interrupted. So we're using Twilio for the phone calls and then our own custom plugin for the notifications and the call.
Oh.
But Twilio handles the actual call.
Yeah.
So there has to be like exchanges that are timed properly. So when the call comes in, this has to notify here and right over. They were out of sync.
So the AI stuff definitely causes some problems, probably.
Yeah, because it's got to trigger webhooks in the right order. And like call completed, call answered stuff isn't doing anything. But calls work.
Woo! So as soon as we try and implement the AI stuff, it's probably gonna break for a little bit. What?
If you're in here,
And you say like, oh, what happened here? It takes you to the conversation.
Oh, that's really nice. See, that's a super nice bridge. So if you can get, like it'll record their name, but it's worth looking at to log like a first name in a vehicle, and then you just look at your call history on your phone, and you can get back to that situation really quickly. That's cool. I don't remember customer names. I remember vehicles. Yeah, I'm Jim. You tinted my car 2 months ago. Like, what? A CT5. Oh, shit, yeah. I remember the CT5.
speaking of,
Did you hit answer and it hung up, or?
No, it hung up before.
Oh. Yeah, we really get like a C on communication.
Fine, could be that.
This is like actually what we do every day. Because we have calls coming in, but we're also messing with our own software on our own phone number. So, you know, we're missing some things. Mark's still trying to figure out how to use the phone. No, Mark had a good breakthrough today. Our app works on mobile browsers and any browser. So you can answer, you can open your laptop with a web page and answer the call there. But same thing on a mobile. You can answer it in browser on your phone. But we're trying to make it an app. And Apple and Android, they have systems and certain ways that they want every app to work. So they have their own, like, basically API systems built that you have to, like, tie your system into. And there's security and authentication and this hoop and that hoop, and just like, goddamn, I'm just trying to make a phone call. Do you give any warranty cards with every tint job? If so, how long do you give a warranty peeling defect? We print out invoices. We typically just don't give warranty cards. Because they could have one on request. They're nice. But if somebody has an issue with their work, like, they bring it back here and we take care of it. So we are the warranty. But we keep track of everything in the system. Oh, and how long? Lifetime. So basically, if they just have a problem down the road with their tint job, we take care of it. Everything's lifetime. Yeah, it's just become like industry norm. Everybody will just tell you lifetime. And so a typical lifetime is going to be bubbling, peeling. The term color stable is used a lot for warranties as well. Because some films, believe it or not, do not cover color change. So if a film fades, oh yeah, that film isn't covered by a color change warranty. But yeah, ours are just very down to earth, realistic. Like, hey, if I had a problem with my tint, we're gonna take care of it. If somebody breaks a windshield or a door window or something like that, warranty doesn't cover that. Just like if I was in an accident. It's like, it's what insurance is for. How long did it take you to learn how to shrink a windshield? Way longer than, how do I say this? People learn it much faster with the way that we teach it. We have a 3-day class. We have a lot of people that have never touched film before. I always suggest that you at least get some film, get some tools, try before taking a class because there's just a lot to learn. Like even holding a piece of film and sticking it on the window for the first time is awkward for many, many people. But shrinking is really simple. It still takes skill, but shrinking overall is very simple when you understand the rules. So instead of just showing, I take a heat gun and I point it here and then I card this down and blah, 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 blah. We try and break it down in a few simple steps to watch out for. And it's just constantly hovering over people's shoulders and getting them to recognize those rules. Because we will say stuff and people will go, okay, and then do something completely different from what we just talked about. They're like, no, don't card that down. Okay, I won't card that down. And then they'll do that. And you're like, wait, what? Why did you just do that? And they're like, I don't know. Oh, that's what you mean, right? So it's, we can teach somebody to heat shrink within a couple days. Now, they're not going to be able to do the hardest of windows, but they're going to be much better off and learn much quicker. Opinions on doing a boat? I'm not a fan of doing boats unless it's a Malibu. They have a dot matrix border. They're very simple. A lot of boats have gasket or wooden frames. So it's best to take the windows out. But if you take them out, it can be difficult to then put them back in. So a couple people, a lot of struggle. They have their own learning curve to them. I've had a couple boats in here. One of them took about a day and a half, but I got it. Looked good. Second one kicked my butt. Had the customer come get it. Didn't charge him anything. Just like, I'm sorry, I can't get this. We doing this one on the windshield? Where's my Insta-Gel? I know it's around here somewhere. So we gotta clean the windshield. What time is it? Oh, this thing's gonna die. Let me see. It's either gonna be rejected. Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. You guys wanna see something fun? Boop. Now you're on, oops. I guess that takes a second. There you go. Now you're on a different camera. That's iPhone 2. Stop. Put this one on the charger, and we can continue. It's nice when it works. Yeah, it's never fun to spend 2 or 3 days on a project that you don't get done and then you return it because you're like, fuck, that was just a giant waste. Plus, there's also, like, I'm not that far away from marinas. Like, we have St. Clair. So this would be a pretty good spot for people to bring boats and make it a thing. And just like, hey, yeah, we do boats more than we do cars. But boats would be more money. So, it would have been really cool. I don't want to touch them. No, thanks, I'm good. Suntech or Lumar, which one do you prefer? The better brand on that one if I had to pick, but I don't want to use either. You can overspend and use a less recognizable brand, or you can overspend and use a more recognizable brand, is how I look at that one. Do you know why Suntech does reverse rolls? I don't know, but yeah, Lumar and Suntech, they both roll backwards. It was nice. Like, the first film I ever used was Lumar ATC. It's nice when you're unrolling it on a windshield or a back window, but not so nice if you have to drive around with it in your car. Because then you got to put it back on the rollers or it'll get all scraped up in a box. I have no idea why they do it that way. But they're owned by the same company. They charge a lot for their films. And they have their own problems. AI. He's working on call recording in AI. We take the sticker off, clean that glue off. And then you could take a scrubby over this, but man, I can't tell you how many times I've gone to clean a windshield and I scrubbed it down and I thought it was good. And then there's little adhesive somewhere that I missed. So I take a blade and I go over the whole thing now. Tedious, but hey, at least I don't have to redo something. Oh, it even feels a little gritty. All right, this one side. A truck with a rubber seal around it, the rear window, it's a pain in the butt. Like an F-250, not fun. It's easier to take the glass out on an F-250 than it is to tint it. I'd still be nervous to even attempt it, but glass shop that I was at, I was like, fuck, F-250. And they're like, what? Like the back window. And they're like, a back window? What do you mean? I was like, this rubber seal makes it a pain in the ass. It looks dirty. They're like, do you want us to remove it? I was like, wait, what? They're like, we'll just take it out. Of the car? Yes. And they did. Within like 30 seconds, they had the glass popped out of the car. And I'm like, but what about reinstalling it? And they're like, yeah, we'll take care of it. It's fine. It's actually really easy for us to do. Paid $900 for my Maserati Levante ceramic tint. Is that a decent? They said original price was 1199, but gave me a discount. It's definitely high, but I don't know where you live. I don't know what dealer you went to, what film you got installed. But if you are happy with the results, that's all that matters. So you definitely paid at the upper range, but it's not unheard of. And let's be real, you didn't get a Maserati because you wanted to be average. Tips to minimize curling on Apex Ultra when you're lifting it. I don't know how to answer that so much. I don't like films that curl. I don't run into it that much. Like, so after I shrink and trim Apex, I've had some that have curled more up, but then I roll the entire windshield. So it was kind of a non-issue for me. And I've never had it do it on doors in any type of like really annoying way. I've used curly films. I had some Lumar or ASWF where it would sit flat and then you peel the liner and then the thing just literally spirals in on itself. On door windows, you could pick it up by the top edges, top corners. That would help. And on windshields, I don't know. I just reverse roll them. But I would maybe let them know, bring it to their attention. So then a future batch hopefully doesn't have it. I know they don't. They would never intend for it to be curly, but sometimes they'll just sell rolls and be completely unaware for an extended period of time that some people are having issues with their films. Curling after it's installed, I mean double shrink and lifts on the sides. Hit the sides with alcohol. So that's one thing I did on this was I just scrubbed the whole thing down and I used isopropyl when I was scrubbing it down. That's what's helped me the most. I know what you're talking about, that, like on the edges. It's just on windshields, and it doesn't happen much. But I'll let them hang out for a little bit longer, and I'll do a couple things. I'll heat up the inside area just lightly with a heat gun and more try and dry it out, because that's really what's happening. Is it's just not biting on the edges and it's starting to like lightly curl back. So it's a slow thing, but it does happen. They've been trying to, I'll tell you, they've been trying to deal with that issue ever since Apex was a thing. That's why tint slip even exists. C2 carbon does not have that issue. C2 ceramic does not have that issue. They made Apex, which has the same type of architecture and the same glues. And they're like, we're trying to figure it out. We have no idea why it's doing it. And they trace some things down. When you have multiple layers of ceramic, and manufacturing just takes longer, or things can cure at different rates. So a top layer or something was curing faster than like a mid layer, which was causing that type of curling or something along those lines. Like they had a few theories, and one of them was the adhesive at first. So they looked into different soaps. They realized so many people are using baby shampoo or Dawn, and they're like, nobody should be using Dawn. All right, so we're gonna use the saucy again. I don't remember where I put my bottle. I used it, and it's just sitting somewhere right around where I'm working, but this was what I saw first. So we're going to sauce it up. And then spray the rest of this down. So, gel's super nice in keeping a windshield clean. The other part is going to be how we reverse roll. So I grabbed a towel. I'm going to start on the driver's side. And we're going to wipe off the windshield. While we were shrinking it, we had dryer sheets, we had a card, we had lots of dust. So we're just going to take a towel, wipe it off, and then pay a little extra attention on the edges. Now, we need to peel this. So we're going to start with an upper corner, and then we're going to stop right near that corner. Spray, pick this side up, and then again, we're going to pick it up and stop near that corner. Then we're going to put this back down, just as smoothly as you can. That helps roll it up a little bit nicer. But I stopped. It's still attached here, and it's still attached here. Nowhere here has been pulled, but you see as this water drips down, it pulls up right around there. So that's what I'm trying to prevent, is water just dragging some dirt, feeding it into my tint. So I still leave around the cutout attached. So on this side, same thing. We're just going to wipe it off. Try and clean up those drips. Peel. We're going to peel it and stop in the same spots. Corner. Pick it up from here. Overlap. But this whole middle section around the tab, this portion, is all still attached. But as we unroll it, it's really easy to wet it and peel it. So we're going to roll up this window. The tighter the roll, the better. Get about halfway, you can pick it up off the window, roll it up like a poster. How do you peel the tint that easy? That took me a stupid amount of practice. I would usually use my teeth. I've gotten better at just peeling it like that, but it took years. Okay, so we can tighten up this roll even a little bit more after we pull it off of the windshield. And then you roll it all the way up, and then you'll see the liner. You hold the liner and just unroll the film. And somehow, the tint is now magically on the backside. So we're gonna rinse this off. The inside is nice and cleaned. We sauced all the edges. Oh, that's kind of why it looks like old glue. Ew. So I'm gonna show this as best I can, but we're gonna tuck this in. Start with the lower corner first. get that down, and then anchor the left side up on the windshield. After you anchor that, you start unrolling. And every little bit that you unroll, you make sure it touches glass. Here's the liner. But you want it to seal up to the windshield, and it helps it from just flopping back over. Now we're gonna take this liner. We can use it to start unrolling this side of the film. Also, this is where we didn't peel, right? So I just spread some water under there. Tint still attached here, so we're gonna peel that off. Spritz. And we still got lots of spray on the windshield, so that'll go up on the windshield nicely and hopefully not freeze, you know? And then that lower part, we just kind of peel this all off. Liner then shoots out of the car. This we let drop away. Gives us a chance to just kind of rinse that down and put this on the windshield. Now, we should still be able to move it. Knock out the big air pockets and just get this in place. Make sure all our edges are covered. That's nice. Let's put this back and grab this. This should be good. Oh, slim slam. Thank you, man. Well, guess we can grab this. And they hadn't been burred. Oh yeah, we'll use this one. Oh, it's right there. Why didn't you guys tell me? It was sitting there on the dash. I was looking for it. Duh, I was all set up. Okay, so we don't want to let this sit for too long. But we're gonna squeegee this out. This is not a hard squeegee. This is just for evenly fanning out the film. Instagel isn't quite as thick. So I don't have the same type of, like, it comes out of the edges the same way. So just keep that in mind. As this comes out, you'll have sploogies of it drip down. What happened there? Oh, there we go. Sorry, it went sideways. There we go. Then we take a harder squeegee and we want to make very firm passes and push the water out. So you see all that? I can see like it. I gotta get it off of there. It's in the car. You used it. Somebody did tell me. That's great. That's how my mind works. I put something down. I'm the greatest of magicians on myself. Put something down. Where did I put it? I don't know. Okay, so now we see if it's good. Ah, there it is. Let's grab this one. Squeegee it off. Look at that corner. That's so clean. I like that. That's the best. The hardest areas to keep clean is all around the mirror and the upper corner areas. So I'm gonna get this all wiped off. We'll give it a nice close inspection, and I'm gonna cross my fingers that we didn't have any magical pieces of dust float their way into like a middle section like we did on that Lexus door. As long as it's not the case, we good. So you can, it'll clean off, but I wouldn't let it just sit and dry. It gets kind of powdery if it just sits somewhere and dries out. But as long as you wipe it, it's fine. You can see how thick this stuff is. It's just kind of chilling up here. Like that's how goopy it is. It's not hand sanitizer, but that's what I would compare it to. But it's not glue. Just make sure you wipe it off. How much would you charge for a Maserati Levante? With a windshield, if we were using like our best film, probably 650, 750. I just want to double check. I don't think there's anything unusual that makes it complicated. But I don't know, there's just shops that charge $1,000 to tint a car. So it just depends on where you are. Like, we've got probably a couple shops in this area that charge more than I do. They tend to do a little bit more too. Like, they'll do like full PPF wraps and stuff like that. I don't do that. But there's definitely a clear market for people to get everything done in one place. So window tint for a lot of like higher end consumers is an afterthought. It's like, oh yeah, I want to tint it, but I'm here for like paint protection film and blah blah blah. Do you also do window tint? It's a common accessory. How much material do you think went into the car? That's always the fun question that peels away the curtain. With a windshield, probably like $65, $70. Oh, this is nice. God damn. There'll be a spec somewhere, don't worry. When pricing cars for window tint, this is why you have such a high range of pricing and variety. You have things that just get in the way of the next car. Customers, environment, production, business things. So it's not just this material, this car, that's how much it is. It's everything else for that business needs to be covered. And so there's always going to be trade-offs on that. Some cheaper places, they're just not going to look as nice, and that's fine. I've tinted a lot of different places. Doesn't mean you'd have to necessarily, like, you can't charge more in a lesser space. It just means sometimes it's harder to make a higher sale. Neighborhood, location, all that stuff adds up. When doing a warranty job, does a tint company reimburse you for it? Every company is going to be different on that. So some companies will say lifetime warranty and then just try and pin things on you. Like, oh, you probably did it wrong, or you might have, what soap did you use, and blah, 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 blah. But if I have a vehicle, tints on it, 3 years later, car comes back window is all bubbled up. I'm calling the company and I'm bringing the issue to their attention. And yes, they are reimbursing for whatever is getting replaced, but different companies are going to have different terms and conditions on that. So some will cover just material cost, some will cover material cost and labor, some have set amounts that they're willing to cover, like a certain price for a door window and a certain price for like back windows and stuff. So I want to say like the poster child for reimbursements was Lumar, but again, they like charge a shit ton for their film. So that's why they have a good warranty program. But they would basically, like some companies, they would just flat out reimburse the entire job and labor. Just to, like, show us the original receipt and then we'll reimburse you that with labor to like redo it. That might have only been on certain level accounts. I don't know, but I never heard anything bad about Lumar's warranty program. Geo, I know, is up to a certain amount per vehicle. But this is like, you gotta understand with any of this, warranties are like insurance companies. A company that is very customer service focused isn't going to haggle a small dealer about an issue. Some companies, especially the very budget oriented companies, like there's just no money. Like roll is $200 and you get free shipping. Like there's no money for a warranty there. They're barely making money on the film. They're just going on volume. So when you have an issue, well, you saved a lot of money on the film itself. They might do something on like a film credit for you, but it's not a guarantee. I've just seen quite a few film companies that will be your friend until you have an issue with their products, and then you start to become expensive to keep, and then they just don't start reimbursing you or fixing things, and you get mad and go to a different film company. So, if you use, in general, a very cheap film, hang on to some of that in case you have to fix stuff. How do you fix the dot matrix on windshield for tint? Oh, did that really happen? What time is it? Not the problem I'd expect at this point, but... Oh, no shit. It, like, actually happened to me. We were just discussing this with, like, a student. And I just saw a post. I got jinxed. I've never seen it like this. So this is really weird. I've never seen this happen to me before. But I have liner right here. I can't even really show this very good. There it is. We were just talking about it in the group. There is 100% liner still attached right here. It's hard to see, but just here, like from here up to here. Go figure. Oh, I gotta redo this window. There's no fix for it. Don't roll your windows down for a few days. Oh wait, it's already dry. Here, I'll show you when I peel this off. Oh, let me record this. Should have been recording this whole time. So I just peeled this off. See that? Right there. Liner somehow got snagged. I don't think I've ever seen that happen personally. Not in that spot. Derp. Silly. Yeah, I was touching that spot up for a little bit, and then I thought I saw it. I'm like, oh no, if that's what I think it is, can I pick it out of the film? There's no way to grab it. It's always something, I know it. It's like, we're all done with this car. Oh, no, we're not. Gotta be careful too, because this is where it can go downhill super fast. Why? Oh, there we go. I need my tool belt again. Yeah. I thought it was going pretty long. That thought, that thought popped into my head. Like, oh yeah, we swapped out the phone. We didn't swap out the mic. I guess I've had this microphone on since early this morning. Since like 9:30. But yeah, we were talking about quarter windows. The gels are super good. Cleaning still matters. Installation still matters. But a lot of dirt really comes from like improper or shitty techniques. Like if you're just sloppy with it, it shows. But the gel helps fill in some of those gaps. So it's just like water doesn't bring in the same amount of trash that it would normally. So it genuinely makes life a lot easier. Use a gel. I'll never install a windshield unless I can't find it. I'll never install a windshield without it again. Yep, it helps with keeping dirt out of back from the seals. So I tape, but gel works fine too. They both have their strengths. I don't think one's a perfect replacement for the other, but there's absolutely no reason why you can't use a gel in place of it for most cars. So how's call kit?
I'll let you know in 5 minutes.
It's all broken again.
It's trying to build its own iOS call handler. It can't use the call kit for outbound. It uses the call kit for outbound, but there's no controls. There's no native controls. You have to use like your own controls for it. So like I can make calls, but I can't hang up.
No, you hang up first.
Yeah, I can't hang up. I can't mute. I can't put it on speakerphone.
Oh.
Like I can't do any of those things. The call will connect.
It's fine. Just ship it. You don't need that. Like, do you need to mute? Get the tape off his website. If you're doing a lot, you can get away with blue painter's tape, but it doesn't always stick the greatest. I don't quite understand the first part, but yeah, I agree with that. Blue painter's tape. It works sometimes. The tapes that you can buy locally that work a lot better are just house wrap tapes. They have a much stronger acrylic adhesive. They're just so much better than painter's tape. So if you're ever in a Lowe's, Home Depot, hardware store, head on over to the construction, like where they keep all the wood. And you can find better tapes there. Painter section has all the painter's tapes. Beige frog tape. Yeah, it works similar. It's another painter's tape. Like I would see comments, like people would swear up and down, like, oh, the gold one, you gotta get the gold one. And I'd go get the gold one. And it would, like, it's okay. I didn't hate it. But I had wondered if anybody had tried like the actual house wrap tapes, or if they just like painter's tape. I don't know.
He's here. I've only got one left.
Oh, okay. Almost done. We saw a thing. Oh, it's that. Why does it do that? So weird. It's so dumb. I have the. I don't know why it does this. That's got like a tracking mount, but it's supposed to only work when the camera's on. So like the camera's off, and it just keeps spinning the phone around, bumping into everything. Silly. You're using Geo Slip. Excuse me. There's a Detroit Tint Studio logo on there. It's co-branded. Yes, I am. I definitely am. They would send it to me. Like I helped them make it. Because I bitched at them all the time. Their film's sticky. Windshields were curling backwards. We need a slip solution. Why don't you use Fusion All-Type? Why don't you use this? Why don't you use that? And I would send them videos. And like, this is exactly why I don't think it's a good fit. And they're like, okay, we got to make one. And then they would send me samples. And then I would give them feedback. And I would basically say, more. That was the Kylo Ren meme. Just make it stronger. Because you can always, the thing is about slip is like you can always back up. Like with their films specifically, you can absolutely, like if you use 3 ounces and you make it stronger, then you should only use 2 ounces, right? But you can always add more if you need a boost. So we settled in on where about 1 ounce per gallon is a good range, but I still want them to make it stronger. Yeah, it's on the bottle. If you look at the corner, you'll see the Detroit Tint Studio logo there. But yeah, like this is that story again. I had no issues with the soap I was using, except a big problem with the soap that I was using was that it included Dawn. So I would get questions every day. Hey, what soap do you use? What soap do you use? What soap do you use? I use baby shampoo, and I put a little bit of Dawn in there. And that's like the perfect mix. And then they had issues with Apex when it first came out. It had curling issues. And it still does a little bit. But they thought it might be the soaps everybody's using. So I don't know how, but in their mind, they're like, how do you take a professional window film and do you just use store-bought soaps? Like, there's industry soaps. I'm like, do you not know tinters? They're like, we do, but really? Soap? They're just using Dawn? It's like, yeah, Dawn or baby shampoo. Shit. They can't use Dawn. Like, well, give them a good option. They're like, what about this one and what about that one? And like, to get back to, I literally sent them videos. These are the different soaps. This is what happens when I put this much in. This is what happens when I put this much in. And you see how it's still fucking sticking. We can't install your films with these soaps. And they're like, all right, we got to make a soap. So I still I like Tint Slip. Geo, in my opinion, even with Tint Slip, like there's certain windows that you still have to torch. But from what I understand, like when you touch a soap, and some of them are kind of like jelly and like not jelly, but like goopy and sticky. The more what they call surfactants, the more that they add, the more it does that. But you still need the adhesive to touch the window. So what they were worried of is like we make this so slippery that we still have the same curling issue that we started with. So in the end, we were trying to avoid that. So I can understand why in the end, we were a little bit more cautious with it. But dude, I'd want like Tint Slip, double strength, same price. You just use 1.5 ounces in a 3-gallon keg. You like put a drop or two in a spray bottle and you're good for a month. Sounds fantastic to me. I don't want to buy soap more than I have to. I tint my windows and the squeegee tore the tint. What? What squeegee did you use? It's a pretty strong squeegee. Or it was a rock in between the film and the glass, and when you squeegeed it, it hit a rock and that tore through the tint. So any dish soap works. Dish soaps do work. Any soap works. You can take a Tide Pod and it'll work. It's just some things are not quite recommended. So dish soaps have detergents. Detergents start to break down adhesives. It's hard to really like track that down. And like film is already hard to definitively say, hey, it was the adhesive, it was the soap, it was this, it was that. Like, I don't know, a film failure is a film failure. Generally speaking, if nothing bad happens inside of a month, it's probably going to be fine long term. That's what I've been told. So I installed for 2 years straight Pro Classic, Pro Nano, and my soap mix was 1 ounce or 3 ounces of baby shampoo, 1 ounce of Dawn in a 3-gallon spray keg. It was fantastic. I loved it. It's about where Tint Slip currently is. Like, Tint Slip is 3 ounces, but like similar feel to that. Decent slide. Not perfect, because it's just such a tacky film. Does this go up? Oh, yeah, it does. I used Tint Slime in a 3-liter backpack sprayer. at 1% mix. 9. Mark likes tint slime. I don't know why. I can't stand it.
Only because it bothers you. That's the only reason why I use it.
Only because it bothers me. No, I used it for a time. But it was before I was using like sticky adhesives. So with ASWF, I didn't have a problem with it. With Avery NR Pro, I didn't have a problem with it. But I used the orange one. I like the orange one far better. The green one was like hyper sticky. The orange one, they would sell specifically as like better for humid conditions. Dude, I'd use that stuff in winter. My thought was just use less. If it's extra slippery and you add half the amount, well, guess what? It's not as slippery. I think I gotta wipe down the rear window. So many little things. If I order from your site right now, how long does it take to ship? It'll ship tomorrow. Film will ship today till 3 Eastern time, typically. Sometimes it goes a little bit later than that. But film ships from Vegas or Baton Rouge, depending on how close you are. So if you're in the mid, the lower, or the west, it's pretty quick to get to anybody. If you're where I am, it takes about 3 days. And then tools, they ship from here. And we typically ship till about 2 or 3 o'clock. Looks good. I like it. Little bubble here. Push you out. Is it dark enough? I think so. How long have you been doing this? Since 2008. Alrighty, dudes. I'm gonna have to call things here. I gotta deliver this one. Thank you for hanging out. I hope you appreciated it. We have a RAM that we'll be back with tomorrow. But this one's a wrap. Y'all have a good one. You started when I was 4. Fuck, I'm old. You know, I used to be one of those like, oh, I've only been tinting for 3 years.